And we're live, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, everybody. I'll now call this meeting to order, and if you're able to stand, please join us for O Canada. Thank you very much. Moving on to 1.2, our land acknowledgement, and I'll turn this over to Councillor DeLeo.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the Indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. May-wich.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Moving on to proclamations. We have a recommended motion that Council proclaim May 2026 as MS Awareness Month for MS Canada in the town of Wasaga Beach. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this motion, please? Councillor Timms and Councillor Belanger. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. We also have another that Council proclaim April 2026 as Parkinson's Awareness Month and April 11th, 2026 as World Parkinson's Day in the town of Wasaga Beach. Mover and seconder for this motion, Councillor White, Councillor Eco, all in favor? And that carries. Do we have, I've not been made aware of any disclosure of pecuniary interest. As we move through the meeting, if you have any, please do declare it immediately. Number 4 is adoption of the agenda. Recommend a motion that the contents of the agenda for March 26th, 2026 be approved as circulated. Mover and a seconder. Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Eco, all in favor? And that carries. We also have a recommendation under 5.1 that the minutes of the council meeting held March 12th, 2026 be adopted as circulated. Mover and a seconder for this one, please. Councillor Belanger, Councillor Timms, all in favor, and that carries. Number 5.2 is a special council meeting, that the minutes of the special council meeting, building and planning fees held March 12th, 2026 be adopted as circulated. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor White, Councillor DeLeo, all in favor, and that carries. Moving on to number 6 is a public meeting. The purpose of the public meeting is to discuss the Development Charges Background Study and is being held pursuant to Development Charges Act 1997. The public meeting will also provide an opportunity for public comments. Notice of this public meeting was published to the town's website in accordance with the legislation and the town's notice policy. We now invite Stefan Kay from Hemson Consulting to provide a presentation. Stefan? Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I'm just going to share my screen, if I may. Is that coming through?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of council, and as Madam Clerk said, my name is Stefan Kay, and I'm a partner at Hemson Consulting, and we've been retained to assist the town in preparing a development charges background study and bylaw for council's consideration and approval. And this is a statutory public meeting being held under the Development Charges Act, which is a requirement prior to council passing a new development charges bylaw. And it's really an opportunity to allow the public to make representations on the 2026 Development Charges background study and a draft version of the bylaw and the rates that are set out in that background study. The background study was released on February the 27th, 2026, pursuant to direction we received from Council on February the 12th, at which I presented the draft rates and details on the key inputs into the rate calculations to Council, and the draft version of the bylaw that's on the website was made available on March the 12th. So just for the public's awareness, development charges are an important funding tool for the town. They are imposed on residential and non-residential development to pay for growth-related capital costs that the town incurs for a range of services. So it's capital costs only, and only to the extent that infrastructure and facilities need expanding to accommodate the needs of a growing community. The town imposes its own charges for the services it provides. It also calculates the payments and collects the funds on behalf of the County of Simcoe and school boards for development charges that they impose for their own services, and in the case of the school boards, for land for schools. And so the town is the collector of those funds and remits those funds to the county and the school boards on a regular basis. So the principle behind the charges is that growth should pay for itself, so that the burden of expanding services is not borne by the existing taxpayers and ratepayers of the town, but by the development that is driving the need for that service expansion. The background study that was released last month was prepared under the auspices of the Development Charges Act, and there's a very prescriptive set of rules about how the background study is to be prepared and how the rates are to be calculated, and I won't go through all of the steps. Suffice to say that the town needs to look at the growth prospects of Wasaga Beach over a planning period into the future. It needs to identify what infrastructure needs might be associated with that growth forecast. It needs to look backwards in time over the last 15 years at the levels of service that have been provided in the town, because that sets a limit on how much you can use development charges to fund future infrastructure. You need to cost the new infrastructure needs, and through that process identify any costs that are ineligible for development charge funding. That could include any grant funding the town is going to receive, any benefits of infrastructure expansion that are going to accrue to residents already living in Wasaga Beach, and so on and so forth. But ultimately what we're left with is a pool of costs that are eligible for development charge funding, and the money is raised as a charge per unit on the residential sector and as a charge per square meter of new gross floor area on the non-residential sector. I mentioned step one of this exercise has been to do a forecast of future growth in Wasaga Beach over the long term, and the growth forecasts in the background study, which are set out in Appendix A, are based on forecasts set out in your new official plan, which are in turn based on forecasts established for the town in the County of Simcoe official plan. And so just wanted to note that the town can always amend its development charges bylaw to reflect higher forecasts if and when higher forecasts are approved and the infrastructure needs associated with those higher forecasts become known. So this graph just shows you the trajectory of growth, the population in green, the household growth in gold, and then the employment growth in red, and split into four time periods. So the historical period from 2011 to 2025, where we are now, and then over the next 10 years, which is the period for which the charges are based for the soft or general services. And then we have a period extending to 2041 for the engineered services of water, wastewater, and stormwater. And then we have a period extending to 2051 for the road service. And this shows you the maximum charge that could be imposed under the bylaw on residential development. There are different charges for different unit types on the right there, and you can see that the unit types that have generally more people living in them trigger a higher charge. So for a single or semi-detached unit in the town, it would be just under $40,000 a unit, and then for the smaller row housing or apartment housing, or these special units, the leisure lifestyle park model trailers and the seasonal park model trailers that are quite unique to the town, they have much lower charges because they have lower occupancies. And on the left there in the pie chart, you can see how the charge breaks down by all the various services that the town provides. And about 70% of the total charge is for the real housing enabling infrastructure of water, wastewater, stormwater, and roads. And roads, indeed, is about 40% of the total charge. And of the remaining 30%, that's a range of general services, most notably the indoor recreation service, and much of that indoor recreation charge is related to funding outstanding debt repayments for the TPOL facility. This graph chart here just compares the charge, the residential charge that's currently in force in the town. And if you look at the bottom of the chart there, you can see it's just over $42,000 a unit for a single detached unit. And so the newly calculated charge is about a 6% lower. So it's just under $40,000 a unit, which represents, if council passes it, a reduction in the charge of around $2,400 per unit, mostly on the engineered services side of things. On the non-residential side, the maximum charge the town could impose is $277 a square meter, and again, even more so actually than the residential charge. This is overwhelmingly an engineered services charge. About 90%, more than 90% of the total charge is for the water, wastewater, stormwater, and road services. And again, this is just a comparison between the current charge in the town, which is $181 a square meter, and the newly calculated charge, which is $277 a square meter. So here, unlike the residential charge, we have an increase in the charge if council imposes it of 53% or $96 a square meter. Most of that, again, on the engineering side of the ledger. So just wanted to speak a little bit about some of the shifts that are occurring in the charges, and sometimes it's difficult to pinpoint exactly what's driving what, but inevitably some of the changes to the Development Charges Act that have occurred in the last 5 or 6 years are limiting the town's ability to calculate higher charges, particularly for some of the general services, and this has a greater bearing on the residential charge. So, for example, we now use a 15-year service level calculation rather than a 10-year service level calculation, and we also cannot have to exclude the value of land from the service level calculations. So that has the effect of bringing down the charge for a lot of the services, particularly on the residential side. There's been some shifts in the forecast outlook for the town. We are generally forecasting much faster growth this time round than we were 6 years ago, and especially there have been shifts on the employment side that are shifting the burden of infrastructure needs to the non-residential sector. And then, of course, we've had some changes, quite significant changes for some services to the capital infrastructure needs of the town. And that has the effect, of course, on the individual charges for the individual services. And there are one or two services where, in fact, the capital programs have shrunk because significant projects have been constructed over the last 5 or 6 years. This shows you how the residential charge, the maximum charge that the town can impose on a single detached unit, compares with some of the charges that are in place in other municipalities. So the color coding here works as follows. What's in red is the charge that's imposed by the County of Simcoe or other upper tier jurisdictions, and what's in gold is what's imposed by the lower tier municipalities. And what's in green is where there are areas within municipalities that have special area rates, for the most part for water and sewer charges. And so you can see here that on the residential side, the current charge in Wasaga Beach is $66,000 a unit, which is sort of just above the middle of the pack there. And the calculated charge would be $60,000 a unit, all in, a reduction of $6,000 per unit. And without the area-specific charge in Wasaga Beach, we'll get to that in a minute, the total charge would be $57,000 a unit, and the calculated charge a little bit lower at $55,000 a unit. But again, well below the charges that are imposed in the southern part of Simcoe County, and indeed in places, along some of the lakeshore municipalities in Collingwood and Town of the Blue Mountains. And on the non-residential side, what we see is that, more shifts, understandably. So the current charges in and outside the beach area are $244 a square meter and $320 a square meter. And the newly calculated charges would be $340 a square meter and $377 per square meter in the beach area, pushing the town into the upper end of the non-residential charges that are imposed in Simcoe and some neighboring counties, but still well below some places in South Simcoe and the town of Collingwood. When it comes to the beach area, I just want to mention that there are two bylaws in play here. One that imposes uniform charges across all development across the town, and then one that applies over and above the uniform townwide charge for a very specific area in the beach, and that is only for wastewater services within that area. So just to be clear, every developer or development in the town pays the charges under the first bylaw, the townwide bylaw, and then development in the defined beach area pays the townwide charge as well as the beach area specific charge. So, Madam Chair, just to wind up by saying that this has been a lengthy and involved process, as is required under the Act, but we are now sort of in the end game, so to speak, of the process, and I mentioned that the draft rates were presented to Council on February the 12th. And we reviewed a lot of the capital programs that formed the basis of the charges that you see here. The background study was released at Council's direction on February the 27th. The statutory public meeting is being held today, and subject to any feedback we get at this meeting and any submissions we receive over the coming weeks, there would now be no impediment to Council considering and passing new bylaws, and right now that is scheduled for being tabled for Council on April the 30th. The bylaws are appealable. There's a 40-day window after they are passed, and anyone can appeal both the provisions of the bylaw and the rates themselves, and those appeals are heard at the Ontario Land Tribunal. So thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Stefan. The town will now ask if anyone from the public would like to speak and comment on the proposed development charge rates. Madam Deputy Clerk, have any members of the public registered in advance to make oral submissions at today's public meeting?
Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor, I have Mr. Kurt Lehman.
Okay, if we could have Mr. Lehman come up to the podium, please. Welcome, Mr. Lehman, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Council, and staff. It's a pleasure to be here once again within a short couple of weeks. I would just like to take a moment and comment on development charges and shed light on the impact and how we came to the rates to date. To achieve this, I will need to go back in our history to the previous term of Council under the leadership of Nina Baifolchi and Sylvia Bray. I addressed the Council at that time on the proposed 40% development charge increase they were looking to implement at that time. I questioned the Council as to the purpose or need for the drastic increase. As I was not getting satisfactory answer specifically to the increase, I questioned them if it had anything to do with the arena and library build. As we know, my understanding was that about $14 million were taken from the Development Charge Reserve Fund for the Arena Library at that time. So the fund was depleted in order to build the Arena Library. I had to assume at that point that this increase was then to replenish that reserve fund, to again, increase what was in that fund. Today, I can show that development charges under that council have increased much more than the proposed 40%. I did bring a chart here to kind of give us a bit of a visual of how the increases happened to where we are to date. So I hope we can kind of see this chart. So what I have here was what development charges for the pre-increase were. So these are taken directly from my examples of permits. So we see the town of Wasaga, there's three components to development charge. There's a town portion, there's a simple county portion, and there's the development school board portion.
Excuse me for interrupting.
Yes.
Thank you, and
Madam
through you,
Clerk.
Madam Chair. I have not received this documentation prior to the delegation, so I
Okay.
haven't been able to review its contents or ensure that it's accurate. So I just ask that either it be provided to me and then we can vet it and provide it to council after.
Sure.
Okay. Thanks.
I did clear it with Deputy Clerk prior to the meeting, and we thought that would be okay, but if it's a problem, I can just speak it. It's just easier to see a visual rather than me speaking the numbers.
Yes.
But
sorry.
if you'd like to, I can just relay
You
those
could
numbers.
just speak. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right then. So the town portion of development charges pre the increase was $16,000. I'm going to round the numbers up so it's easy to understand. They were approximately $16,000. After the increase of the previous council, they were at $32,000. So that's a 100% increase in one term of council. Currently, we saw through the presentation, I believe they were around $42,000. That would stipulate from pre-increase to today about 149% increase in development charges, just on the town portion. Now, if we look at the Simcoe County, they went from around $6,000 to $14,000 to now almost $15,000. That's a 130% increase on that portion of the development charge. If we look at the education development charge, so that's charges that the Simcoe County District School Board charges on the Muskoka School Board and the Public School Board. They started pre-increase at $1,750. After the increase, it was $4,200. You know what that percentage was just on the school board? To today's date of $6,000. So we went from $1,700 to $6,000. We're looking at a 245% increase within a few years. Now, I know there was an appeal on development charges shortly after this council was elected, and I did receive a token rebate on the previously paid development charges, and I appreciate that. At least there was some acknowledgement that they were quite high. Let me just take a moment and highlight some of the costs that builders face, besides just development fees. There are planning and building fees. There's HST, parkland fee, which can be $20,000 on one lot. Lot services can be $35,000. Drawings, engineering reports, grading plans, surveys. These are all fees that we have to pay before we even dig a hole in the ground. We can be looking at $150,000+ before we're even digging a hole. My objective is that we further incentivize the housing market to vitalize the industry rather to gain, even if it's on a short-term basis. We know other levels of governments are putting forth incentives. Actually, we just heard of an announcement yesterday. The Ontario and federal governments will rebate the HST up to $130,000 on new homes for 1 year. So this is supposed to really kickstart the building industry again and get, everybody building, buying, selling. Another example is a municipality south of us has slashed the development charges almost in half until 2029. Toronto, another example, has eliminated all planning fees, permit fees, development fees, all fees eliminated on newly approved sixplexes on a regular residential lot. There's something I hope to promote in the future at the zoning bylaw public meetings. As we know, there's a missing housing component in our community. Now, I understand that the town is looking to reduce the development charges slightly. However, are we doing enough? Especially after seeing drastic increases over a short period of time. The housing industry is in a state of crisis. We may need to take strong measures to vitalize the industry in the short term. Then we can use measured actions in the future to keep the industry viable. I thank you for your consideration and your time, and I'm willing to take any questions or comments if anyone has any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lehman. Now I'll ask if any other person present wishes to speak on this matter. A second request, if anyone would like to speak to this matter. And a third and final. Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no further comments, I'll now turn to Council. Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I recall a conversation when we were announced the funding for our Catholic high school. I was standing beside the Deputy Minister of Education, and the amount we received was $57 million. And she turned to me and said, 4 years ago, we could have built 2 schools for that amount. Like the sad reality is the infrastructure to support development has exponentially increased. Nobody likes it. Affordability is a crisis. So certainly I have a number of questions, re-incentivizing the right kind of build. And if our Henson had, in looking at other communities or municipalities, had looked at any incentives or anything they were doing to encourage, workforce housing or more affordable builds. I certainly have indicated many times, as I have a concern as our population grows, is that there's a lot of jobs and a lot of requirement to service that population at more moderate annual compensation. And frankly, those people can't afford to live in our community. So as we grow, what are the impacts of that? So I know community improvement is a tool that, and I'm sure there's other tools under the Toronto Act, which is different than the act that most municipalities in Ontario work. They've done some things to incentivize a specific type of build. So I'm certainly interested in those opportunities to encourage what we always call as the missing middle in Wasaga Beach. We just don't have many condos, don't have many apartments, don't have many fourplexes, eightplexes. It seems to be a very a stark reality compared to most municipalities. But my other question is there a consideration when development occurs on serviced land, so land already serviced, particularly with commercial? Like obviously I see the future of Wasaga Beach where our commercial is going to expand rapidly in the area of the beachfront and Main Street, and those areas are already serviced. Now there could be capacity issues and everything else, but do these DCs apply equally to development on serviced land, or is there a difference? I'm not an expert in that. And then the other thing is that we have much development that's in some level of process, and they've already done calculations on their expenses and those types of things. So at what point in the planning process are they obligated to the new development charge, or still apply to the old development charge? And then I guess my last point is that council has the opportunity to decide whether this would be phased in or a one-time increase. So things to consider.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Are you addressing those questions to our presenter, Stefan?
If anybody has information on it, I'm willing to listen.
Okay, I'll pass that to you, please, Stefan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So through you to Councillor Belanger, just on the question of incentives, there's been a lot of changes to the DC Act in the last few years, and those are now reflected in the draft bylaw that's been posted on the website. And many of the changes provide exemptions, statutory exemptions to certain forms of development. So I'm not sure how this aligns with the councillor's sort of desire to target missing middle housing, but just a few examples here. So affordable housing that meets specific criteria would now be exempt from payment of the charges. Non-profit housing would be exempt from payment of the charges. Affordable housing within inclusionary zoning is exempt, and so are long-term care facilities. For purpose-built rental, there are now mandatory discounts on development charges depending on the number of bedrooms in each of the units. And there are also exemptions, a range of exemptions for a residential intensification. So you can now duplex or triplex a unit and build an accessory unit on an existing lot, and all of that type of residential intensification is now exempt from the charges. So there's certainly a new kind of framework for exemptions that's been imposed by the legislation that would be new to your bylaw. When it comes to how the charges apply to serviced versus unserviced land, so certainly there's no distinction between the current capacity available on any particular service land. So all development on all service land would pay the same charge. And I think the premise there would be that any development or redevelopment is contributing to driving the need for infrastructure capacity at the plants, and in some cases perhaps expansion of the linear infrastructure to accommodate that development moving forward. And right now the draft bylaw would contemplate the imposition of the new charges immediately upon passage, but of course council has full discretion to delay implementation if it wanted to give, as the councillor said, more time for developers who are sort of in the midst of pre-construction or construction to make adjustments to their pro formas. You can always delay implementation of the charge. That would presumably only relate to the non-residential charge, which is the one that's increasing. And then, of course, you have full discretion and a range of options when it comes to phasing in the charges as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Follow up?
Yes, thank you very much. That answered a lot of my questions. Some of it I was aware of, and I think it's important that the public realizes. And I just want to verify that my understanding is the definition of affordable housing from the provincial government is 25% below market, which many of us know that is not affordable for a lot of people. But I think the point here is the opportunity is that developers do have an opportunity to build required development at a lower rate of DC. And we would encourage that because it's certainly the type of development that we need in some areas, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. Any other comments or questions from council? Okay, seeing none. I just, reflection in regards to the education DCs, they've been essentially frozen since 2018. And to Councillor Blanchet's point, in terms of construction costs of new builds, there's a large gap there. And also, just for the public's benefit, County has just passed, this past Tuesday, a new tax tier, a much lower tax tier for multifamily residentials as well. So we're definitely seeing lots of support for supporting construction and development in the area. There's no other further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I will therefore, seeing that there's no further comments or questions regarding the presentation, I now declare that this public meeting is hereby closed. Oh, my apologies, I didn't. No. Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll turn the floor over to the mayor, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Snell, and I apologize for kind of going out of turn here, but it has come to my attention that a very long-time resident and businessman here in Wasaga Beach has just passed away, being Jawat. And I thought it'd be very important to mention that to our community and for our community. Bing Jawat, born and raised in Wasaga Beach in his 90s, I believe. I attended his birthday a couple of years ago, and he was as spry and as exciting as he always was. Bing, for many, many years, owned Four Seasons Sports here at in Wasaga Beach at 19th Street in Moseley. He was one of the founding members of the Wasaga Beach Snowmobile Club. He is probably one of, if not the sole reason why, back in the 70s, Wasaga Beach was the snowmobile capital of Ontario. He raced many snowmobiles. He repaired and built and sold many snowmobiles. He was an Arctic Cat guy for many years. He had a white Arctic Cat, one of the first ever made in the shop. He was a member of our chamber. He did just about everything that someone could do in a community, as well as give a ton of his time and effort. A huge huge family man with 3 beautiful daughters and a son, and was always there with and for his family. It's we don't have a lot of folks left around that have been in this community since almost the beginning of time, if you will. And Bing was one of those individuals, and just a wonderful man. He sold me my first car. He sold me my first boat. He was a character. He was a survivor of polio as a young boy, just a strong-willed, good-hearted, great soul of a human being, and he will no doubt be sadly missed, not only by his family and friends, but by the community who knew him and loved him so very much. So rest in peace, my friend, and our condolences to the Jawat family on this sad occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Yeah, Bing was quite a special man. Thank you for those kind words. Moving on to number 7, delegations. There are none. Number 8, government relations. Update on the recent fires, and I'll hand it over to Chief Craig Williams, please.
Thank you, and good morning, members of council. We're going to throw up a slideshow that I'll quickly bring council through. So first of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak about some recent fires we've had here in Wasaga Beach. The fire department has been quite busy. We've responded to 2 overnight structure fires during the last 2 weeks, as well as an additional 2 smaller electrical fires that occurred in commercial buildings across town. The frequency and severities of these fires serve as a good reminder that fire can happen at any time, and residents and businesses should be reminded that they should be checking their fire safety equipment and practicing their escape plans. So today I'm going to specifically be reviewing one of those fires which occurred at the Villa Nova Motel. So on March 10th, the fire department responded to a significant structure fire at the Villa Nova Motel on Moses Street. And to offer some context for those that are unaware, the Villa Nova Motel is a long-standing motel located on Mosley Street in the area of Beach 1. The building is a large 2-story structure that has undergone several renovations over the years. It includes commercial storefront on the street level and guest rooms on the 2nd floor, as well as at the rear of the building. The surrounding area includes several close-by structures, including the Lakeview Resort and the new Breakers development across the road, Pedro's and a candy store located on either side of the structure, and 2 residential structures to the rear of the building. This map shows the proximity of the property to Beach Area 1 as well as the Main Street Bridge. Fire hydrants are identified by the red dots on this map. And due to the size and intensity of this fire, firefighters needed to access 3 separate fire hydrants, which, as you can see, are highlighted by the yellow arrows. These hydrants are some distance from the property line, which meant that almost 400 meters of large diameter fire hose needed to be stretched to achieve the required water flow to suppress this fire. To the best of our knowledge, the fire started at approximately 11:55 p.m. and the first 911 call was placed at, the fire, to the best of our knowledge, started at 11:45 p.m. and the first 911 call was placed at 11:55 p.m. and Pump 1 arrived on scene at exactly midnight to find a rapidly growing fire that was already well established on the 2nd floor of the structure. This photo was taken not long after Pump 1 arrived and shows Captain Bavalar had already stretched a hose line and it has water flowing from the truck's onboard water tank within 4 minutes of their arrival. Our immediate goal was to establish a defensive fire attack and protect the nearby buildings. This fire was taken after the 3,800 liters of onboard water was used and while the hydrant was being connected to the truck. I will say that establishing adequate water flows for a large commercial building was initially very challenging due to our limited staffing on the first arriving pumper. However, once additional off-duty personnel arrived, a sustained water supply was quickly established with the closest fire hydrant. This photo just shows what the conditions were at the back of the building. A total of 5 individuals were inside the building at the time of the fire, and I'm happy to say that all were able to safely evacuate without injury. Several pets were also removed from the building with the assistance of the OPP and paramedics. This photo was taken from a rear corner of the building and shows the clear benefits of having a ladder truck that provides the ability to suppress the fire from an elevated position. Unfortunately, one of our firefighters sustained a fractured ankle while they were walking carrying equipment across uneven ground. Simcoe County paramedics were on scene and were able to quickly assess the firefighter and transport him to hospital for evaluation. While the ladder truck continuously applied water to the structure from above, firefighters at the ground level continued to suppress the fire with hand lines as seen at the right and left of this photo. This photo shows the overall scale of the fire scene. The ladder truck's clearly visible in the top of the image, while Pump 2 is operating their deluge gun and operating it from the bottom. What you cannot clearly see is that we have fire crews positioned on top of Pedro's, protecting that structure, as well as crews with hose lines along Mosley Street, as well as at the far side of the building and at the rear of the building. Additional crews were also operating inside the structure, conducting searches for occupants and accessing the fire which was burning through the attic. In total, approximately 200,000 liters of water was used to extinguish this fire. We received excellent support during this fire, and I would like to note some of the partner agencies. So we did call upon mutual aid from Collingwood and Springwater Fire Departments to provide additional coverage to our town, as clearly all of our staff and equipment was tied up for many hours at this scene. On scene, we received support from Simcoe County paramedics, the OPP, Enbridge, Wasaga Distribution, Public Works, and Aqua. And after the fire was put out, we also received support from Simcoe County Emergency Management, as well as Simcoe County Emergency Social Services, as well as the Ontario Fire Marshal and the Building Department. So the Villanova fire has been deemed suspicious, and the Wasaga Beach Fire Department and OPP has conducted the initial investigation jointly. This investigation remains ongoing, and because of that, I will not be speaking today to the investigation or the origin, cause, or circumstance of this fire. This photo is just a photo from the back side of the building now, showing the aftermath. And finally, this photo shows how close Pedro's is located to Villanova. I'm happy to say that there was no fire damage to Pedro's, so the initial mission we set out at the onset of the call was a success. I do want to recognize the commitment and professionalism of both our full-time and our volunteer firefighters, whose efforts ensured public safety and minimized damage to the surrounding communities. And I also want to thank again our partners for their support during the incident. If you don't mind pulling that down now. The last thing I'd like to speak with is, after a fire occurs, it's quite common that we see an outpouring of support and concern on social media within our community, which is also always a welcome sign. I do want to take just a moment to explain the typical resources that are made available immediately to those who have been displaced by a fire. These resources are typically provided as options to the individuals and are occasionally needed while the owner of the buildings navigate their system through their insurance companies to understand what the next steps would be. So first of all, there is the Canadian Red Cross. They operate a program called the Personal Disaster Assistance Program. So every time we have a fire, we provide a package of information to the owners. And the idea of the Canadian Red Cross program is that they're able to provide up to 72 hours of emergency support to those individuals. So that includes accommodations, often through local motels, food, clothing, and other basic needs. In other circumstances where insurance might be taking some time or may not be available, we often also contact the County of Simcoe and their emergency social services team. They do have programs in place to offer temporary family shelter programs, which assist displaced families and emergency with temporary housing. They also offer other supports that can include financial supports, housing navigation, such as their housing retention program, and other longer-term stabilizing resources. And I'm proud to say that the town staff work quite closely and well with the County of Simcoe in ensuring that resources are made available. Another great option to consider is 211. You've often heard me talk about this before, but 211 is a free service available to all residents, and in this situation, they can offer access to crisis support, emergency shelter, food, clothing, document replacement assistance, emotional support through victim services, and other referrals to agencies to help community members stabilize and recover. That is the end of my presentation, but I am happy to take any questions from members of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you for that detailed report. We appreciate that. Any comments or questions from council? Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, and through your Deputy Mayor. I just want to make a comment. I mean, we've been speaking of it, but Chief, it's really commendable and amazing the fierceness of that fire rapidly, and that the lives were saved, no injuries, the pets and Pedro's and everyone coming together. But I mean, you could see how rapidly that fire took off, and it just kudos to all of you and your staff and all the people that were there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eagle. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also, I'm pleased to hear how well everything came together. I did have a couple of questions. Was there smoke damage to Pedro's? Are they able to continue a going concern?
Thank you, Councillor Timms, and through the chair. Minimal smoke damage. The owner of Pedro's showed up near the tail end of the fire and was able to access his store at that time. Double checked for fire and smoke, and water damage. There wasn't any. So any smoke damage there would simply be a small amount that would have entered through the rooftop air handling unit. But I believe he's able to continue business as before without incident.
Thank you. That's good to know. And my follow-up is thank you for sharing the options that are available to people after a fire. You mentioned owners. It's also for the residents as well, I would believe.
Absolutely. I would strongly encourage all building owners and, if in this case, if it's a tenant, get fire insurance. I know nobody believes that, a fire is going to happen at their home or business, but it can happen, and the insurance is what's going to help you in the long term. So the services that I suggested, they're really meant to be as a short-term supplement while your insurance provides you with a longer-term solution. But the perfect case would be get insurance and make sure that you are well protected.
Thank you, Chief.
Councillor Blanchet?
And through the chair, the mayor has often said that as a council, we have made a significant investment ongoing in our firefighters, in the ongoing training, and you have executed that exceptionally. And it's great it's terrible to see a fire, but it's great to see that those investments are well worthwhile. And so congratulations to your team. And, I think a lot of people, they see all the equipment and everything else, but, that's a very dangerous situation. People going into an environment like that and trying to make sure there's no one left in there, and pets is the kind of courage involved is that not everybody is cut up for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. Any other further questions? Mayor Smith?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'll just add to that, we have made significant investments in our fire department here, and we perfectly plan, I believe, to continue to do so. But just to piggyback on Councillor Belanger's point, I often hear from the public about the fire departments and the costs and so on and so forth. And listen, the public's not wrong. I mean, fire departments are expensive. Public works is expensive. Everything is expensive. But it's times like this when, life is in danger, people's livelihoods, and what I can say is that our fire department rises to the occasion every time. We have a fire department it's not a huge fire department. We know that we need to continue to work on building that complement as we have been doing, but the good news is that the complement we do have between our full-time firefighters and our volunteers, they rise to the occasion, whether it be for a public event or for a life-saving situation just like this. And again, these buildings these are older buildings. I'm sure the chief could speak to the fact that many of these buildings they're tinder boxes. I mean, they're old, they're very dry, they burn very quickly, and the chief said that the call came in at, the fire started around 11:45. The call came in at 11:55, and within 4 to 5 minutes, we were on scene. And Captain Bavalar already had a hose stretched out within 4 minutes and was applying some of the 200,000 gallons of water it took to suppress this fire. And I can tell you, if they had to even go back then the next day, because I guess a hot spot, or I don't know the term, Chief, but a hot spot had maybe reignited, and so more water was required. This is incredible. Our fire department is incredible. Our services in general are incredible. And so kudos to Chief, to you and your team, and please pass that on to the guys and gals over there and thank them. And, I did have a conversation. I went by the next day and had a look and spoke to Dean Prezio at Pedro's. He was very happy and very complimentary of the fire department and their professionalism and their willingness to, help him to ensure he could safely enter his building. And he, he was thinking ahead. He just wanted to get down and shut the furnace off because he knew that if the furnace shut off, he wouldn't be drawing smoke and whatnot in from outside. So kudos to him for thinking about that. But I can, just to Councillor Tim's question, yeah, Pedro's is fine, no damage, and they're carrying on business at a going concern, as you said, Councillor. So, Chief, to you and the team, again, please pass that on from us all, that great job, and I'm sure you're going to speak a bit to the latest fire again, but, the one thing I want to point out is that when the fire department arrived here, they had no idea how many people might be staying in that building. It's a motel, and there could be people staying in there for a night, could be people staying in there longer. They have to get there, they have to speak to somebody, they have to determine that, they have to go into that fire and make sure that everyone's out. Can't say enough good about it. So, Chief, again, thank you.
Thank you. Now to the Chief.
Thank you to Mayor Smith and through the chair. So it's called a rekindle. It is what we call the fire that happens afterwards. The fire department is not proud of that. It's not a good thing. But the reality is when you have a structure this large with that much combustible material inside, it does happen. But we do keep crews on scene for an extended period of time after a fire this large to address those fires as they sometimes do happen. I think overall things went well. And to your point, we do have a limited number of staff. We also have limited equipment here, but we do have plans in place to ask for support when needed. And overall, there's lessons to learn from every response we have, but I do think we did well with what we had, and I think certainly we've taken the time to meet with firefighters afterwards to learn every opportunity. You brought up the water supply. I just wanted to provide a small correction, 200,000 liters, not gallons. But it is worth mentioning on our water supply, we are very fortunate. We have very good head pressure generally in this town. We did meet up with Aqua afterwards to do a bit of a post-incident review to ensure that we didn't have any problems with our hydrant systems. And what we found out essentially is we didn't even need to turn on any supplemental pump systems to supply extra water. Part of that, though, was the time of the day. It's not a high usage time of the day for water being pulled. It's also the middle of the winter, so we don't have a large number of tourists in the areas also pulling more water. If this was in the summertime, with more taps open at the moment, and if we were in the middle of a drought, we might have had more of a challenge. But again, there are some additional backup plans in place in order to work with Aqua to get us the water supplies that we need. But thank you for all councillors for the comments.
Thank you. Go ahead, Your Worship, with the follow-up.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Didn't mean to bring up a sore spot or a hot spot there, Chief. I looked at those photos and the amount of combustibles there. I don't think it's something you shouldn't be proud of. I think the very fact that you were able to get that fire under control as quickly as you did, the team, and to get it extinguished. I mean, there's a lot of depth there in debris, that's for sure. So, listen, I think this department should be nothing but proud of the work they did. With respect to the 200 liters, potatoes, I don't know how much 200 liters is compared to 200 gallons, but what I can tell you is either one is a lot of water. And I understand you're dealing with a building with a core slab. So, as you're applying that water, I'm sure that those bottom units being cinder block are also filling up, as opposed to just displacing if that was a wood structure on the bottom. But good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blanchet?
Again, through the chair, would you have an update for council on our injured fireman, how?
So he was assessed in the hospital and treated at that point. He was released within an hour or two and recovering at home. So we fully expect him to make a full recovery, and he'll be back and active with us in the coming weeks or month.
Thank you. And Councillor Timms?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Chief, are you able to speak to the fire that happened this week on Moseley Small Cottage Fire?
Sure, Councillor Timms, and through the chair. I don't have a fancy presentation for that one, but that again was an overnight fire that occurred on Moseley Street. Around 3:30 in the morning, we got a call for a structure fire. Very similar approach. Our 4 on-duty staff responded immediately and asked for assistance of our off-duty staff after they got reports of flames visible from the street level. This very different structure. This was actually quite a small residential structure, possibly only 600 or 700 square feet. But upon arrival, there was flames from all windows at the front of the building, hooked up to the hydrant. And similarly, we probably had that one under control in actually only about 20 minutes. Unfortunately, that fire is also deemed to be suspicious at this point. So it is also part of an ongoing investigation with the OPP, and we continue to support them in their efforts. But the only other thing to add is just a great job by our team, which includes our off-duty full-time and our volunteer firefighters, again, getting up in the middle of the night and without much notice, sort of arriving to an emergency scene in a couple minutes and helping out what we can. So that one went much quicker and much smoother, just simply because of the size or the scale of the fire.
Go ahead with follow-up.
Thank you. Was it uninhabited at the time?
That's correct. So to the best of my knowledge, that structure was used just during the summertime as a rental and by use by family members in the summer, and there hadn't been anybody occupying the building since the fall. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I just have a couple. To the Mayor's point, absolutely, thank you so much to all of the organizations, and especially if you could please reach out to our neighboring municipalities that came to our aid, as we do for them as well, and working collaboratively like that allows us to really maximize our resources and potentially double our resources when emergency situations like this happen. Can you speak to the details of how living in a hotel impacted available resources for those that were staying at the hotel versus a typical residential rental lease, please?
Sure, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the Canadian Red Cross program that I previously spoke about, again, that's to provide 72 hours of support to individuals that have lost their home. That program was really designed as that sort of gap between when you lose your home and you're waiting for your insurance to take over. In this situation, because it was a motel, and because the assumption is that people who are staying in motels are transient, that you're there to enjoy the hotel for a day or a couple of days, and then you have another primary residence to go back to. In this specific case, these individuals didn't actually meet the criteria of accessing the Canadian Red Cross emergency program. Now, with that said, I don't think this was identified as a gap prior, and the county is now aware of this as a gap within the criteria, and they're working with the Red Cross to see what can be done about that. So in this case, or in the case, I should say, of individuals that might be staying at the motel and they don't have another primary address to go to, that's when we would rely on the services provided by the County of Simcoe and to look for more long-term housing strategies, which of course is going to take more time to determine how we can stabilize the environment for those situations.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that information, because I think that just speaks volumes to why this council is taking the bold step of finally dealing with the issue of folks staying in motels throughout the winter months, because not only then are they shortchanged in being able to access emergency supportive services, but also too, there's no obligation on behalf of the owner of the motel to rehouse them. So like literally in nanosecond time, they're without shelter. And so thank you for speaking to that. I appreciate that. If there's no further questions, I'll accept that, and moving along, we'll move on to number 9, which is staff reports. It is noted that items 9.2, 9.4, 9.7, 9.9, and 9.11 have been pulled from the consent agenda to be dealt with under matters for consideration. Can I get a mover and seconder for that, please? Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Ego. All those in favor? And that carries. So I recommend a motion that the following consent list items under staff reports and all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items pulled and moved for matters for reconsideration to be voted on separately. So, sorry? Yeah.
I noted the motion, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Okay, so under correspondence items, recommend a motion that the following consent list items under correspondence be received for information. Mover and seconder for that, please. Councillor Ego, Councillor Timms, all in favor? And that carries. Number 11, minutes of boards and committees. Recommend a motion that the consent list items under minutes of boards and committees be received for information. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor DeLeo, Councillor White, all those in favor? And that carries. Number 12, matters for consideration. So the first item is 10 First Street and 87 and 68 Mosley Street zoning bylaw amendment Z00126. And this has been pulled by Councillor Ego and Councillor DeLeo. But first I'll ask Candace and Trevor to speak to this item, please, or Candace. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Snell. So the staff report was brought forward for the redevelopment of First 10th Street. Councillor Ego, you had a question?
Go ahead, Councillor Ego.
Thank you. Sorry, I was having difficulty hearing you. Thanks. Okay, yes, I did. I spoke with Candace prior to this, and I feel that the tightening up of the lot size and et cetera in this setting is absolutely fine, as it's a very unique area, and the residents will have their own rooftop patio for their privacy. But other than that, their outdoor enjoyment is huge. They have the beachfront, the walking area, swimming, restaurants, and et cetera. They've got the world at their doorsteps, literally. So my question after I read it was, would we be setting a precedent throughout town on these types of, to change the amendment in a bylaw? So I reached out to Candace, and she walked me through it, and so I've asked her to do the same for the public. So thank you. So it's for Candace.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. Go ahead, Candace.
Thank you, Chair Snell, through Councillor Ego. So thank you for your question. And as you mentioned, this particular application is in close proximity to the beach, so it does provide for certainly enhanced opportunities for amenity, open space, recreational opportunities, and of course, commercial opportunities as the beachfront redevelops over time. This is envisioned as part of the official plan currently, and of course the new official plan is part of the strategic growth areas. So to your point further, there will be rooftop amenity space privately provided for those private units, as well as a future parkette. And then of course we have Beck Square, which has been relocated to a more prominent location near the proposed roundabout. And then there'll certainly be pedestrian connectivity throughout the site as well. Also, to your point, Councillor Ego, about planning staff do look at all park and open space opportunities when reviewing all residential development that comes forward. And we review it site specifically in terms of the surrounding context of the lands. So with this particular application, it is sort of a foot out the door to the beach, and there are those recreational opportunities available right out the door. Thank you.
Thank you, Candace. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'm going to need some clarification on a few points here. I'm going to vote in favor of this amendment. I have no problem with that. But there's some stuff in here that I think for myself and public clarity, I need these questions. Now, if you don't mind, Andrew, do you mind if I ask you these questions, being our CAO? Thank you. Okay. So, Andrew, in your opinion, just your opinion, how did the process allow Stonebridge to build without existing zoning bylaw requirements?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah. In your opinion, how did the process allow Stonebridge to build without existing zoning bylaw requirements? The building's already up, and yet they're requesting a new zoning bylaw.
Yeah, if I could, I'm going to refer that to our Director of Planning,
Okay.
who was involved in the file.
Thank you. Through the chair, the building that was built is on a singular piece of property, and the building that was built met the zoning bylaw requirements. The reason for this zoning amendment is now we're building buildings 2 and 3, and also because of the form of the condominium that we're going to be doing. It's not our standard condo. It's a shared elements condo. That's the reason why we need the zoning amendment, because now we're going to be creating in the future the actual lot lines that are going to go through the building. And with a standard condo, the existing outline of the property, much like a house, would conform. But now that we're building the second 2 buildings and we're going to start putting lot lines through things, it doesn't conform anymore. And that's the reason why we're doing the zoning amendment.
Okay, thank you. I thought it was only for phase 1. I wasn't aware it was, okay. So, Andrew, if you don't mind, again, in your opinion, so is reducing the parking from 26 to 15, which represents a 42% reduction, reasonable given the past congestion issues of Beach 1 and the creation of Destination Wasaga? But I'll continue there. So, are we expected to approve all future reducing parking in that whole area?
Through you, Madam Chair, I will give a brief answer, and then I'm going to turn it over to the individual that actually authored the report and reviewed the application, which I think is proper. There are a unique situation here where we have live-work units that are triggering the reduction. The reason this is unique is live-work units have double frontages. All of the residential units are providing their required parking. It's the commercial units that front on First Street that are causing the issue. There is parking that will be provided in the public realm. So in my opinion, it's a non-issue, but I will turn it over to Candace and or Trevor to give you more detail.
Yes, through you, Chair Snell, I can add to the CAO's comments to Councillor DeLeo. So as part of the staff report, I did note that there were 9 additional proposed shared parking spaces, and those spaces were in close proximity to both buildings 2 and 3. Further, there will be that flexible street design that's anticipated on First for that on-street parking component, as well as the overall parking strategy as part of the master plan.
So
Go
if you
ahead,
don't,
Councillor DeLeo, you have a follow-up?
oh yeah, I still got more questions.
Okay,
Yep,
go ahead.
not done. Thank you. So at what point does a reduction become unreasonable? So we've reduced this now at 42%. Would, let's say, next time on the next phase, 50%, would that be unreasonable or reasonable? Like when do we, is there a chart where it becomes unreasonable? Because now we're looking at a 42% reduction. So at what point does it become unreasonable?
I'll take that one, Madam Chair. So contrary to a lot of opinion, there's no mathematical formula for reductions of provisions. You see that argument a lot when you go to Committee of Adjustment for minor variance applications. So typically what we would do, if there is what we consider a substantive parking reduction, whatever that number is, we oftentimes will have the applicant provide us through some type of a qualified engineer, like a traffic engineer person, and they will tell us the rationale as to why. And if we feel that needs to be vetted. Oftentimes, we'll have that done through an independent consultant, and then we will make a recommendation to either the Committee of Adjustment, or in this case, the Council, to why we think it's appropriate, and then we rely on the Committee of Adjustment or the Council to tell us or to make a decision whether you feel it's appropriate or not, and that's how we've ended on this situation here.
And if I could add just a bit more background. The beachfront is unique in our community. When you have greenfield situation, you have the opportunity to build expansive parking, surface parking, et cetera. We are redeveloping an area that has a finite amount of land, and we are taking essentially big, giant surface parking lots and turning them into a place, which I think is the goal here. Is this the only time we're going to encounter this issue down at the beachfront? Probably not. This is natural. Every urban area in North America faces this issue. You face it in a number of ways. You can grant bylaw for reductions. You can request cash in lieu of not being able to meet your parking requirement, or municipalities invest in parking structures. And there are some other strategies that you can use, but this is very common. And we'll be explaining some of this at the workshop next week about how we're approaching parking down at the beachfront. So, but I want to be very clear, this situation is not the same as building out in Sunnydale. Very different context, and planning staff review the context of an area, and that informs the thinking that goes into staff's recommendations.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor DeLeo.
Yeah, so I'm just curious, because I don't recall seeing or reading about, but was a parking study provided with this conditional permit to support the 42% reduction?
Go ahead, Candace.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor DeLeo. I'm just trying to think about the minor variance application in terms of studies provided. What would have been provided was through the conditional site plan approval process. There would have been a parking study provided. Yes, certainly there was a TIS.
Go ahead, Councillor DeLeo.
Last and final one. So, to my knowledge, the application contents of the parking request was denied by our Committee of Adjustments on December 17th, 2025, indicating that the reduction in parking was not minor in nature. So I'm just curious, why all of a sudden then is it acceptable now?
Yes, certainly I can start with that question and then turn it over to the Director of Planning if necessary. So my understanding from the Committee of Adjustment was that application was a tie vote. It was a 2-2 split vote. It came down to the scope and scale of the minor variances being requested in their view, as well as there were some concerns about snow removal. So then the applicant ended up applying for a zoning bylaw amendment, and that's the reason why that came forward to Council.
Go ahead, Trevor, if you'd like to add to it.
No, I think actually Candace nailed it on the head. So you're right, in that instance, the Committee of Adjustment had a split vote. It was a split 2-2. And in those situations, the application automatically fails. So in that context, because that situation determined that it was not a minor variance, then it is even more appropriate that it come to Council, because it's now a zoning bylaw amendment, and that's the avenue that the applicant took.
And Trevor, could I add, at the Committee of Adjustment, staff were recommending approval, correct?
100%.
Thank you. Councillor Blanchet.
I just, again, was sitting on the last term of council, and I definitely recall that a parking study for the overall beachfront was looked at. I can recall a conversation with our former CAO where I said, so yes, a parking structure is required. And he said, structures to me. So we have known for a long time is that the vision of this development is not uncommon to many places in North America where the parking for high traffic areas is somewhat off-site or normally what would be considered relatively convenient given the destination.
And if I could add to that, and when you're talking about unique special places like the beachfront, the choice becomes, are you building a place for cars or are you building a place for people? A place for people has unique buildings and shops and restaurants, and you should always choose a place before parking. And that's why go anywhere, Bloor Street, downtowns of any community in North America, you always place quality before parking, and that's why you end up in these situations. You will see next week there are multiple parking structures proposed in the master plan, because we know this will be an issue.
Thank you. Andrew, go ahead. Councillor DeLeo for follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will I be seen, or all of us see next week, or whenever it comes back, visitor parking? Because if it's going to be all residents, they have to park somewhere. If they're going to have overnight guests, they can't park in the street. They can't park in municipal lots. So will there be visitor parking?
Through Madam Chair, 100% yes.
Are there any other questions? Go ahead. Mayor Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think it's important, first of all, let's clear something up right away. The first question from Councillor DeLeo was, why was a building allowed to be built without the proper zoning? I think it's important to make clear that no building here has been built without the proper zoning and or the proper process followed to issue building permits and to allow it to happen. I just think the public needs to be absolutely clear on that. We don't need any misunderstandings. Number two, I think it's important to note, if I understand correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but when this did go to the Committee of Adjustments, it was a tie vote, but I believe it was a tie vote because one of the members was actually absent. So that vote doesn't count. And so all the more reason then to bring that to council. And that is an option because it was deemed by the Committee of Adjustments, as staff mentioned, that they didn't feel this was a minor adjustment, then the proper process would be then to bring this to council, which they did, and I believe council heard that, voted on it. I'm not 100% certain, but I will check, but I think that vote was probably unanimous. At any rate, it passed through council, and here we are today. Just wanted to clarify those two things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Are there any further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, the recommended motion that the report titled 10 First Street and 87 and 68 Mosley Street Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z00126 to the council meeting of March 26, 2026 be received, and that council enact a zoning bylaw amendment as recommended by planning staff in this report. Madam Clerk, if we can get a recorded vote, please. Oh, mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Blanchet, Councillor Timms. Thank you. Recorded vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Excuse me, moving on to Use of Corporate Resources Policy Update 202603226-63. And I will first ask Madam Clerk to speak to this matter, please.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. So the report before Council includes an updated use of corporate resource policy for consideration in advance of the 2026 election. And of course, this is legislated under the Municipal Election Act. The policy has been thoroughly reviewed and modernized to reflect legislative requirements, evolving technology, and best practices, replacing the town's previous version, which was actually created in 2010 and then last updated in the 2018 municipal election. The revised policy establishes a clear, comprehensive framework governing the use of municipal resources during an election period, including the use of facilities, staff time, communications, and technology. It reinforces the principle that municipal resources must not be used to support or oppose any candidate or campaign while still allowing members of council to carry out your official duties. The policy includes definitions, clear rules for staff, and provisions that align with the council expense policy, which was updated this term. A significant focus of the update is on communications, particularly the role of social media and digital platforms as modern campaign tools, which was not really relevant in 2010 as much as it is now. The policy clearly distinguishes between official municipal communication and campaign-related activities, requiring that campaign social media be independently managed and clearly identified. It also strengthens controls around the use of town branding and official election information to prevent alteration or misuse, ensuring that the town is the single source of accurate election information. And I want to thank our Deputy Returning Officer, Carly Murdoch, who drafted the policy, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item was pulled by Mayor Smith. Mayor Smith, would you like to speak to it first before I put it over to Carly?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor, and through you. I just think that it's really important that we spend some time on this and that there is complete and utter clarity. And I would encourage members of council that if you have any questions about this is the time to ask them, and or ensure that you speak to the clerk's office if you have any concerns or questions, and as well as members of the public. It's very important that these rules be adhered to strictly, and that there's an understanding of the difference between campaigning and town business. The town business doesn't stop because there's a campaign happening. It continues, but what has to be clear and what needs to be adhered to strictly is that we are not, and when I say we, I mean anyone entering the race, or the campaign is not using any of the town's resources. So thank you, Madam Clerk, for bringing this report forward, and I look forward to hearing from Carly because I'm quite confident she'll be very thorough, as Carly always is, in letting people understand what this truly means. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. I'll turn it over to Carly if you wanted to add anything to the clerk's comments.
Through you, Your Chair, I don't. I think that Nicole did an excellent job in summarizing that, but I'm here to answer any specific questions that any member may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question. I have a clear Facebook council page, and does the policy require me to open a new candidate page?
Go ahead, Carly.
Through the chair, that's a great question. The policy itself doesn't say that you would have to stop using that council page because obviously you have duties that need to continue despite your, the fact that you may run for to be a candidate. But what it does require is that if you are going to be using that specific page for campaigning, that you have a clear distinction, a clear message on that page or any social media platform that states that this page will now from that time forward be used for campaigning purposes, and then any kind of information that you wish to give to the public in your role as a member would require you to use a separate account. So I think that the easiest thing for probably you to do is to create a separate campaign specific account to ensure that you're able to properly delineate between those two roles. Thank you.
Thank you. And follow up?
Yes. Sorry, and further to that, just so everyone's aware, those rules are in section 4 of the policy.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Timms.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to elaborate on it. I think that it's important that a second page would be open because otherwise, as a councillor, we're no longer able to really share information of our work and what we're doing here compared to promoting ourselves as a good option. So I'll read that very carefully over. I wasn't clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor Blanchet.
Yes, a couple of things. Obviously, I have a personal Facebook page for 11 years. I communicate events to residents. I communicate grand openings. I always try to get to events early, so encourage people to support our different organizations. And my understanding is that that normal course of business is quite allowed to be continued normally. And, you know, unless you actually put campaign material or campaign specific, is my understanding that I would continue as normal. And then the second thing was I did inquire, because we get a small remuneration for our internet and our phones when they talk about technology, is not considered a part of this, as those are still devices that we would use as we always use them.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Through the policy, and I'm just trying to reference the actual section for council awareness. 6.5, thank you. So members who have opted to be reimbursed for a communication device will no longer be able to, permitted to claim that expense during the election period if you filed nomination papers, if that device is going to be used for campaigning. And that's in, again, section 6.5.
We don't get reimbursed for the actual device. We get reimbursed a portion of the service. And my understanding is in all prior elections, all members of council continued to use their personal phones and their personal internet for everything.
Madam Clerk, or Carly, you want to take that?
Yes, through the chair. I believe also in prior elections that members were provided with town-provided devices. And so when that is the case, it's much easier for us to be able to separate the work that members are doing as council members versus the work that they're doing as for campaigning. When we looked at this policy and we did conduct a review of other municipalities that that face this challenge, which is, you know, members are being reimbursed for their self-service and for internet service. How are we, as clerks, able to distinguish, you know, the time that you're using that device towards campaigning and the time that you're using the internet towards campaigning and the time that you're using it for as members of council? And it's something that we're just simply not able to distinguish. So the easiest and the cleanest way and the most transparent way for us to handle situations in which members are being reimbursed for their personal devices is to create that distinction manually, so to say that you are no longer permitted to claim that during that campaign period, because there's no way for us to be able to tell if there's a complaint made that you are not using that device for campaign purposes. Thank you.
Follow-up, as a councillor, if I am very confident that I could easily prove that less than 50% of my time is campaigning, because it would be far less, then I'm able to continue on as normal. And if somebody wants to investigate that, I would track and be able to prove that it was far less than 50% of the time.
Through the chair, I think that if we had a election staff complement that was more than perhaps 2 individuals, that maybe there could be a process that was put in place by which we could audit such records. But as it stands right now, I don't think that that's something that's a scalable solution for our department as it stands, for us to be able to really maintain and to really adhere to the heart of what this policy is for and what the municipal elections asks us to do. Thank you.
I think we're missing the point here. I've been now going through 3 elections, and I believe for many elections, this has never been the situation. And although that rule has been in place, I believe, about technology in general, and I'm saying I'm putting the onus on myself to be able to prove that I use far less than 50% of my time of my personal devices for campaigning. I'm not asking for staff to monitor that. If somebody wants to call me out and call for an investigation, I will have the information to provide. I think it's very unfair to expect council that frankly is compensated very lowly for the work we provide, because we're very community oriented, to say, let's take another $100 a month out of your pay for 6 or 7 months, when the majority of our work has nothing to do with campaigning.
Go ahead, Carlene.
Through the chair, and sorry, I would like to reiterate, and perhaps I wasn't clear. What I meant was not that, I respect the fact that you were offering to create a process by which you could audit that, but it's the work afterwards that the clerk's department would have to do to ensure that that information was correct. We have seen examples of other policies in which members could be given devices provided by the town by which to conduct their business, and that might be something that people could look at, but then if you're being provided a device, then you wouldn't be required to have that reimbursement. So I think that the reason why things have changed so much this year is because of that change that's been made from 2022 to 2026. And obviously it's up to council's discretion on whether or not they wish to vote or to make a recommendation to change any part of this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I read the report in its entirety. I've also read a lot of AMO resources around election campaigns, do's and don'ts, and all these different things, and also been subject to many training sessions, not only put on by our town, but other municipalities that coordinate these efforts. And I do appreciate the separation that you're creating there, and I do feel it's important that while it is inconvenient to take away the phone allowance or whatever it is that you get, I think having that full transparency in the way that the policy is written, I think is in line with what other municipalities do, but also in line with everything AMO's doing. And I've also had time to sit and speak with you about it, and I appreciate what you've done here, and I'm certainly in favor of it.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Madam. I have a question. So with Facebook, I have a Facebook account, but I don't do any town, I don't put anything with the town on my personal Facebook. So if I wanted to put the odd campaigning on there, is that allowed?
Through the chair, so if there is nothing moving forward on that account that states that you are a councillor for the town of Wasaga Beach, for example, there's no tagline or anything like that, or any link to any kind of council website, then yes, you would continue to be able to use that for campaign purposes because it is separated from your duties as a council member. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Blanchet.
Thank you, through the chair. They didn't answer my other question. So I go to an event and I put out a post as council attended a grand opening, we best wishes and everything else. It's not directed at me personally, although I'm included in all of council. I don't consider that campaigning. I consider that, and my understanding is, because I've gone through the training before, is your normal councillor work continues as normal and as acceptable. But I do want to make another point. We have cable TV on our internet, but sorry, 99% of my internet, or 90%, or a high portion, my wife's watching it while I'm here. It's campaigning is such a small portion of anything I would use my personal phone or my personal net for. I would put a motion on the floor that it is the onus on the council candidate to be able to justify why that the reimbursement nowhere near covers what portion of campaigning would be. I just think it's unreasonable to take that away. And again, you may have talked to other municipalities, but this is I have never heard of this before. And if they do have to take it away, then I would suggest we vote to increase council's pay by an equal amount for the same period, so that it's no longer a reimbursement for technology, but it's a temporary increase in compensation. And it's not, believe me, it's not that I need the money. I think it's a matter of principle. So.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. Madam Clerk?
So for clarification, is there a motion on the floor to make the amendment? And if so, I would recommend that the amendment include amending the policy section 6.4 to remove the words "and associated service plans," including internet service plans, and section 6.5 be deleted in its entirety. So if we can vote on the amendment, and then we would vote on the amended motion.
Okay, so that's moved by Councillor Boulanger. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor DeLeo? Further conversation? Go ahead, Councillor Timms.
Could I hear the motion, please?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the motion would be that the corporate use of resource policy be amended, specifically section 6.4, to remove the terms associated service plans, including internet service plans, and to remove section 6.5 in its entirety.
Does that clarify for you, Councillor Timms? Okay. Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'd ask for a recorded vote, please.
So recorded votes are permitted on the main motion, so it'll be, so the amending motion will just be a regular vote, and then the main motion as amended would be recorded.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for clarification, what Council is voting on now is the amended motion that Councillor Boulanger brought forward to drop these two items from the policy, and where Council would be, they would still be removed from Council remuneration, but an additional $100 would come on, or is it just that it would no longer be applied?
That part of the policy would no longer apply. So Council would continue to be able to claim the expense for their phone service plan and internet service plan.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay, so I'll ask all those, oh, sorry, go ahead, Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. I'm asking for a recorded vote on the amendment as well.
Bear with me, I'm just referring to the procedural bylaw.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, the amending motion would require 2/3, and then the recorded vote would be on the amended main motion.
Okay, so it's, do you have a comment to that, Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to be clear. As the procedural bylaw, then I'm assuming says that you cannot ask for a recorded vote on an amendment?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, recorded votes are only permitted in council meetings and only on main motions. And then I referred to Robert's rules.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so we've all heard the motion. At this point, we'll call the vote. It's not a recorded vote, it's just a general vote. Okay? On the amendment only. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's defeated.
So now the main motion would be before council, and it's subject to a recorded vote.
Just a moment. So the main motion is that the report titled "To the Council Meeting of March 26, 2026" be received, and that council approve the new corporate policy 1 through 5, use of corporate resources, and that council adopt a bylaw to establish a new use of corporate resources during an election policy. This will be a, Councillor Blanchet?
Yes, I just want the opportunity to say that in general terms, the policy and the enforcement to ensure that campaign is separated, I support, and I am going to support the motion. But the sections that were defeated, I still oppose, but I will overall support the overall concept of what's being presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. I guess I would just add, for point of clarification, it mentions as well as printers. If any councillors have received printers from the municipality as well, that those would have to be returned to staff. That would be correct?
Through you, the chair. So no, the printers would not have to be returned. It's just with printing, for example, let's say council up until this point has required a certain amount of print cartridges to be used throughout the year. If all of a sudden staff see that, for example, that amount of printing has gone up by, let's say, 3 ink cartridges in that month, that might be something then that staff would look at to determine why that printer is being used. But there's no need to return that technology because we are able to separate, and we believe that you were able to separate that use. So printing of, for example, agendas required before the meeting from printing, mass printing flyers that would then be handed out to the public. Thank you.
So in short, the printer cannot be used for campaign material, only council business.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification. Can I also request that the policy, should it pass today, be printed off and provided to council in our inboxes so that there is no discrepancy in ensuring that it's followed and complied to and understood? Thank you. Okay, so we'll do a recorded vote, please. I'm a mover and seconder for the motion that's on the floor in regards to the report. Councillor Timms and Councillor White, and go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the 2025 Treasurer's Statement on Council Remuneration and Expenses, number 202-60326-62. This item has been pulled by Councillor Blanchet, and I'll first ask our CFO to speak to it, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This report is presented annually. It's a requirement legislatively to be brought forward, and I'm able to answer questions if there are questions, or if there's just comments, that's fine too. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Go ahead, Councillor Blanchet.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide a little clarification, and I won't speak for all of council, but I believe it impacts all of council. There's a number of things. It's been my observation is that we do a tremendous amount of driving on council business. Anyone that follows my Facebook page knows all the events I attend and all of those things. Never claim mileage. There's no reimbursement for fuel or any of those things. We support all kinds of events where there's events that we would normally not go to as a resident, but we support and buy tickets and support charities, and these are all, for the most part, personal expenses. But in my own personal expense, I do want to say that although we can't travel in quorum, oftentimes, especially AMO, where we travel to Ottawa and the mileage expenses, one time where I do claim mileage, there's generally two other councillors that prefer not to drive. So I am the driver, I claim the mileage, and subsequently, my expenses can be a little higher for that reason. There's the final clarification I wanted to make that was not clear is there was an indication that I go out and on my own time purchase all of the toys for the children for the community dinner, and then I'm reimbursed by the town. In actual fact, I think it's very important to note that we have a very generous member of our community that reimburses the town. The town does not spend any money on these toys. They're reimbursed in full by a very generous member of our community. So I wanted to make that clear. This is not the town buying toys for our community dinner. It is a very generous family. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Is there any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. Recommended motion that the report titled 2025 Treasurer's Statement on Council Remuneration and Expenses to the council meeting of March 26, 2026 be received for information. Now I'll ask for a recorded vote, please, Madam Clerk. Or mover and a seconder first. Councillor DeLeo, Councillor Ego. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item, Arena and Library Debenture 2026-0326-68. We have a recommended motion. Well, I'll do the motion later. First, I'll ask, if you don't mind, if Madam CFO, if you'd like to speak to this. It's been pulled by Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have anything to add to the report. I think it's pretty straightforward that we're just moving our short-term loan into a long-term loan at this point in time, and that's we've now booked our interest rate at 4.79%, and we're now ready to make that commitment with the bylaw. Thank you.
Madam CFO, I'll turn it to Councillor Belanger, please.
Yes, thank you through the chair. This comes up a lot in our community, and first of all, I want to say for all of the residents that use our library and that use our TPAL, the feedback is extraordinary. It is a marvelous facility. I enjoy the hockey games immensely. It's the very few, well, I wouldn't say very few, but many municipalities would envy our twin pad arena. So in no way am I suggesting that it isn't a very marvelous addition to our community. But with that said, there's also a lot of residents that don't use our TPAL, and they have expressed concern about costs and ongoing costs. And so I did have a conversation with the CFO, because this is again a 25-year commitment with interest attached, among many other things. And my understanding is our CFO will bring forward a report in the future to clearly outline all of the expenses and ongoing expenses that have impacted taxation related to the TPAL. And I thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Are there any comments? Go ahead, Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on follow-up to what Councillor Belanger is saying, while it can't really help the debt from construction, I think it's important for the public also to note that we're trying to make sure that that arena operates like a business, and that every opportunity to generate revenue to offset the cost of those expenses is investigated and taken advantage of. So that is really smart management of that space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Did you have a comment? Go ahead, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted, through to Councillor Belanger, thank you. I will bring a staff report forward, likely at the next staff meeting, and that, I think it's an appropriate way to wrap up a large project like this with all of the details, and that would provide factual information for everyone to understand going forward. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you for that offering. I appreciate that. I'll do a quick follow-up, and then I'll go to the Mayor Smith, please.
Okay, my just follow-up is that certainly I have no idea why. I know you work extremely hard. I'm not going to hold you to necessarily the next council meeting. Like, if it, as soon as it's feasible for you to bring that forward, that's acceptable for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Mayor Smith?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you, I had quite a few things I wanted to speak here to. However, knowing that our CFO is going to bring a detailed report forward, I think I'll save my comments for then. And I would just reiterate what Councillor Belanger just said. Our CFO works extremely hard, as do all our staff. But it's I've received emails from our CFO at 1:45 in the morning, when I've said to myself, Jocelyn, go to bed. Although the next council meeting is very kind of her, understanding the importance, I agree with Councillor Belanger. If it takes a couple or a few meetings, so be it. We know you'll bring forward a detailed report, and thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Mayor Smith.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further comments or questions, recommend a motion that the report titled Arena and Library Debenture to the Council meeting of March 26, 2026 be received for information, and that Council approve the additional amount of $44,478 to top up the budgeted debenture amount to the final debenture loan payment for the 2026 fiscal year, and that Council authorize the clerk and the treasurer to execute all certificates and documents required to complete the debenture transaction. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor DeLeo, Councillor Timms. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor White. Timms, excuse me.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the 2025 fiscal year-end report, preliminary, 2026-0326-52. And I'll ask Jocelyn if you wanted to speak to this, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I could ask, thank you. We're just putting a report up on the screen. Thank you. And if you could just scroll down to page 5. There, where the chart is, if you could just bring the chart up. That's perfect. Thank you. So I'd like to just review the report covering 3 specific items to help readers understand the report. And the 3 items are a review of the surplus result, a high-level overview of the current year's activities, and the overall financial position of the town at the end of the fiscal year. The staff report for 2025 preliminary year-end result is for the purposes of obtaining council approval for the final year entries, or to close the books and be ready for the year-end audit. The report provides a summary of the year's financial results at a preliminary level. And what this report is saying is the year ended with a net surplus balance of $5.3 million, and that number is highlighted in blue on the screen. The net surplus includes both deficits and surpluses for individual programs and projects, and they're netted together. To close the books for the year, we clear all of the surplus balance to zero and recognize the year's surplus on the balance sheet. This is done by booking several entries, which are noted in the report in tables, specifically Appendix A. If I could just have you turn to page 6 of the report for a moment, And yes, that chart there, thank you. The chart on the screen shows the total revenues and expenses for both operating and capital for the 2025 year. Both the budget and actuals are shown. Highlighted in blue are the results for operating and capital. There is a 4.5 million surplus for operating and a 1.8 million deficit for capital. Together, these net to a surplus of 2.7 million, which you see highlighted in yellow. And if I could have you scroll back to the previous chart, please. Thank you. So the line items that are highlighted in yellow, those represent the 2.7 million surplus that we are booking through this report. The remaining unhighlighted amounts represent surplus or deficits that have already been funded based on self-sustaining programs or capital programs where we needed to book sooner for grant reporting purposes. The unhighlighted items total 2.6 million. Together, all of these items form the 5.3 million. Some of the larger activities in 2025 include the sale of lands to Stonebridge for the breakers, the purchase of lands such as 304 Main Street or other properties on the beachfront. Some of the programs and projects had to be funded, such as winter maintenance, the costs associated with the capital contribution for Wasaga Beach Public School so that we can run recreation programming at that facility. Other items needed funding because revenues were lower than budgeted, such as planning and building, where they are in an economic cycle of a slowdown period. The carryover funding for projects and programs that continue on into 2026, such as Blueberry Trails Playground Project and beachfront related activities. And there were surpluses generated from refunds for HR related benefits, corporate initiatives budget, which is a reserve built over time to use for advancing corporate priorities, and there were significant interest revenues earned beyond the budgeted levels. These surpluses create transfers to reserves, which helps to achieve financial sustainability for the town. To see some of these details that I've just referenced, the tables in Appendix A provide a more detailed look at the program project level. Carryovers are Table 1, with operating and capital tables following that. And each year, some of the reserves we reallocate between the reserves. And the table can be found in Appendix C, which shows us reallocating between reserves. I will now summarize the financial position of the town at the end of 2025. If you want specific details, then starting on page 3 of the report under balance sheet, you will see a full review. But in summary, the cash position is healthy at 16 million, and these funds are used for daily operations. The investments are good at 40 million. The receivables are maintained at expected levels, with ongoing collection actions regularly occurring. Note receivables total 7.7 million and reflect ongoing strategic transactions with other organizations. The investment in government business enterprises represents the town's interest in WDI, which is hydro, and WBSE. The liabilities are in line with prior years and represents trade payables, taxes payables to other governments, and deposits that we hold. Larger payables are associated with large capital projects like water, sewer capital works, which is managed by Aqua, and accrued payable related entries. Deferred revenues represent funds that we have received that we have not yet earned for the town, such as grant monies from the province and federal government, user fee surpluses related to the building department, and parkland dedication funds. Also included in this liability section are the development charge reserve funds. All of these deferred revenues are held until such time as the town has eligible expenditures that these funds can be drawn on to cover. Long-term debt is at 30 million, which includes new debt added in 2025 of $3 million for the purchase of 304 Main Street. Tangible capital assets that we use over multiple years and the town has accumulated over many years is $350 million. The overall position of the town will be the existing surplus of $391 million plus the additional surplus of $2.7 million that we are booking now. There are still tangible capital asset and other entries that will be processed between now and the final financial statements that will come forward in June. So those numbers will change somewhat, but not significantly. These are all good results, well within expected levels of the town's financial planning. The town regularly will use reserves to fund programs and projects and will regularly replenish the reserves through budgeted contributions to reserves and surplus results, helping to replenish the reserves. It's a busy report to read and take in. However, the overall message is the town had a very good year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam CFO. This item was pulled by Councillor Timms. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did pull it because I felt it was a very important body of work, and I thought that hearing from our CFO would bring more context and clarity for both the public and for council. So I appreciate that, and I love that closing line. And further to bringing back a report at the next council meeting, I think there's an audit happening that week. So I also reinforce that we don't need it as quickly as the offer. But thank you very much to the CFO. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Belanger.
You through the chair. I want to congratulate our Treasury team because, as you can see, this is very complex accounting. The number of accounts and the number of things you keep track of is mind-boggling. I just want to give one small example. Not only do they have to do all this, but then they get their homework checked by the auditor. And in buying the toys for the community dinner, the auditors saw that some of the toys were carried over to use the next year because not as many children showed up. There's a special form that has to be filled out to account for that. That's the level of accuracy and detail that our CFO lives with on a daily basis, and kudos to you. It's just thank you. It's amazing. A CFO is very important to a municipality. So,
thank you, Councillor Belanger. Jocelyn.
Thank you for those kind words, and I really want to shout out to the team, the Treasury team. They are absolutely excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's not forget to point out that there's always goodies when you go into Treasury, so it's my favorite place to be. Again, a shout out to this team, and I think what's important to note here is with everything that we've been doing and with dealing with the amount of a change and addition needed for staff and complexities around the TPAL and with moving forward with the beachfront, River Road West, you name it. Not only is the town still in great financial shape, but we're also continuing to work on rebuilding those reserves that have been used up in the past, which is normal. But it's important for the public to know that. You've got a council and staff who are fiscally responsible here. It's also, I think, important to note that, we've received a lot of funding from the province. And everyone looks at that as receiving a bunch of funding. But that funding received isn't necessarily in our control. It goes to improving our community, like schools and so on and so forth. It's tax dollars that the residents of Wasaga Beach have already paid through provincial and or federal taxes. But it's not, these aren't always things that are in our control. So, I had a conversation just the other day, a phone conversation with an individual who said, you've received all this funding, where is it? And so I had to explain, well, it's to build schools, it's to, build roads, it's to do whatever that case and whatever that funding was received for, or events. But that individual really didn't have a clear understanding as to why we didn't just have, $150 million sitting in the bank. So the last thing I'll say, and it has already been mentioned, is that you often hear the public say, well, someone needs to look into the books, someone needs to be checking. And I'm here to tell you, and CFO, I'd like you to maybe touch on this, Jocelyn, is that the municipality, like every municipality, is thoroughly audited, and I mean very thoroughly audited every single year. Jocelyn, can you just speak a little bit to that for a good understanding of the public?
Go ahead, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mayor Smith. Yes, the audit is an annual requirement under the Municipal Act that the municipality undertake an audit, and they go through a process of looking at our systems and our procedures. We have to tell them what they are up front, and then they test all those systems and procedures to make sure that we are following them correctly. And they ask us numerous questions about the activity during the year, and to make sure that they understand what the town's liabilities and assets are that need to be reflected in those financial statements. So this happens every year, and this is why it's so important to the Treasury Department that the internal controls are in place and followed by all the town, so that we can provide to the auditors accurate financial statements. And this brings forward our integrity when we have a clean audit that shows good financial reporting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Any follow-up, Mayor Smith?
No, that's fine. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blanchet?
Yes, I think there's, through the chair, there's one more very important point, is that in a lot of our projects and expensive projects like the TPAL, my understanding is that future development, when we collect a DC charge for a new home, a portion of that still goes towards paying off some of those costs, because new residents have to share in costs too. Is that correct?
So I think I've understood your question. I just want to make sure. So the DC charges are allocated to the different services that we have, and recreation and library are two of the services. So when we collect those DCs, the amount that is available for recreation and library are going to pay off the borrowed DC reserve funds that we have. So for example, when we built the TPAL, while the project was DC eligible, we did not have enough DCs available to use them all. And that's not uncommon given the way the Development Charge Act is set up. It actually doesn't allow you to collect all the funds you need up front. But then once you have to go into a borrowed state on that DC reserve, yes, those future collected DCs are applied against that service to pay back. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, but that's the point I'm trying to make. The very positive results that you just communicated about our financial standing is in a very slow development environment. Our housing starts over the last couple of years have been much lower than expectation. Had they been normal, our financial position would have been that much better.
Absolutely, that is correct. Our development charges are very significantly low relative to where they normally would have been.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Any other further questions? Recommend a motion that the report titled 2025 Fiscal Year-End Report Preliminary to the Council meeting of March 26, 2026 be received, and that the reserve transfers to clear deficits and surplus balances are noted in the attached Appendix A be approved for processing for the closing of the 2025 fiscal year, and that the treasurer be authorized to process any required additional adjustments to finalize the year-end processing, reporting back to council at a later date on additional adjustments, and that the carryover amounts on Table 1 and Table 6 be authorized for expenditure in 2026 in relation to the appropriate project, including the carryover amounts that are not captured in the 2026 final budget due to timing of budget approval and closing off of prior fiscal year end, and that the reserve reallocations identified in this report, Table 7, be approved. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Belanger, Councillor White. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to number 13, recommendations arising from boards and committees. There are none. Number 14, council requested staff reports. We can see the list that's there on the agenda. I would like to withdraw the request that I had put through for a report in regards to rerouting of the trail near the Blue Water Condominium Corporation. I think just with competing priorities and staff workloads and stuff, that's unnecessary at this point. So if you don't mind to remove that from the report, does it need a motion, or am I just able to request that?
It would require a motion to
Okay.
remove it. Yes.
Okay, well, I put forward that motion. I will move it, and do I have a seconder?
Oh, sorry, that's right. Thank you, Councillor White. Okay.
Thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Ego? Thank you very much. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Notice of motions, there are none. A motion where notice has been provided, there are none. So at this point, that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of this March 26, 2026 council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters: provincial lands, a human resource matter, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land. Can I get a mover and a seconder to move into closed? Councillor DeLeo, Councillor Timms, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
And we're live, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. And I'll turn it to our clerk, please, for our rise and report coming at a close, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Council entered closed session at 12:16 p.m. It's important to note Council did recess for a break and reconvened and closed at 12:45 p.m. to discuss the following matters. Item 17.3.1, provincial lands in accordance with Section 239(2)K. 17.3.2, a human resource matter in accordance with Section 239(2)B. Item 17.3.3, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land in accordance with Section 239(2)C of the Act. As a result of those discussions, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to number 19 in our bylaws, a recommended motion that the following bylaws be received and be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. 2026-24, 2026-25, 2026-26, 2026-27, and 2026-28. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Timms and Councillor White. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.